So it's working now? So it's working now? It's working. Alrighty. So, as I was saying before, welcome in if you're new. Welcome back if you're returning. I just shout out to my supporters and my members, my subscribers, all you fancy people. I have a great deep gratitude to absolutely every one of you. Thank you for the super chats, the super thanks, the super stickers, the donations, all of the above. All this continued support does not go unnoticed, and it is extremely appreciated. I'm going to just say that right now, to start with. It's been an absolute blessing being here. Part of me wishes I would have started this a long time ago. Just giving a moment to get everybody back in here. I had to restart the live because the last one there was no sound. Jury, keep your comments to yourself. Okay? If you're gonna come into my chat and just judge and judge and judge and judge and judge, then I don't want you here. Don't care how sincere you are. It's not your business to come into my chat and judge. Okay? It's not your job. If you even knew why I smoke in the first place, you'd shut your mouth. And that's the truth. Just Welcome in, honey. Welcome in, Josh. Welcome in, huh? Welcome in, Ashley. You should plant it already, Stoic. You should have them sprouting already. You want to have them sprouting before spring. I don't know you, but that's just me. You can go ahead right off to go to Allah, go do what you do. I work at Crossroads. Okay? I'm a spirit that's passed on. I helped them pass over. I helped them go to the light. Okay? You're not gonna come in and tell me what's going on. I already know what's going on. I don't have to guess. I don't have to read a book. Figure it out. So, the truth is, when we cross over, we actually judge ourselves. We end up having to look at our own life. We end up having to look at our actions. And we have a spiritual liaison that goes with us on that journey. If we don't take accountability in this life, we will take accountability upon our passing. Take that into consideration. And at the end of our life, we have no other choice but to face the truth of our actions. That's why so many people have a hard time passing over. Moving on. The main judgment on us in this lifetime is, what did we learn? What did we take away from the experience? To be blessed with an opportunity to live a life, to experience emotion, to experience reality. What did we do with it? Were we sadistic? Were we loving? Were we kind? Were we evil? We have no choice but to face our own judgment. Did you break any curses this life? Did you make any headway? Did you bring yourself to an enlightenment? Did you remember who the hell you are from lifetimes before? These are all questions that you get asked on the way over. It's all a process of the debrief when your life comes to an end. The whole world's gone asinine. And yet we're wondering why it's all in shambles. It's mainly because 3/4 of the world has lost their way. Due to misguidance, misrepresentation of information, and a non-disclosure. I really don't know what today's message is all about. But I have a feeling it's something to do with calling your power back. If somebody doesn't want you following your dreams, okay? They don't want you making up your mind, and they don't, for sure as hell, they don't want you believing yourself. They'd rather sit there and judge you as to whatever you're doing wrong and whatever they feel in their head and in their understanding that you should be doing. They don't like the fact that you're speaking up and you're telling your story. Being trapped by your words. Why? Because you're starting to move forward and they're starting to be stagnant. The fact that you're seeing the truth, that you're moving forward, somebody doesn't want to self-reflect on the possibilities. Somebody doesn't want you to self-reflect on possibilities. Somebody's fine sitting in their pile of shit. Somebody's absolutely fine just rotting away. They can barely breathe, they can't let go, they can't clear their mind. They want to talk, they want to, you know, they're missing you, they're longing for you. But they don't see how there's any possibility of getting back your energy now that you've changed, now that you've evolved. They don't want to self-reflect. They don't want to look at their trauma. They don't pain. Heaven forbid. They don't want to ask questions. They just want to move on. How can you move on carrying all this bitterness? Picture this. I go to the muddy dirt pile after a rain and I get all my hands all dirty. Okay? But I gotta go to a wedding. Nobody's getting married that I know. I'm just throwing it out there. I gotta go to a wedding. But I'm not gonna wash my hands off. I'm just gonna get my tux on and go to the wedding. It's a black suit with a white shirt. Maybe with a decent tie. Okay? And as I'm getting ready, I'm noticing the dirt off my hands, getting onto the suit and tarnishing the suit. It's not only tarnishing the suit, but it's tarnishing anything I touch. It's tarnishing the card that I'm putting in the envelope with a scratch ticket and $50 for the bride and groom. And as I'm licking the tape on the envelope, I can taste the dirt in my mouth from my dirty hands. And I sit there, why am I walking around with my dirty hands? Why are my hands so dirty? This is what it's like to walk around with trauma and bitterness and pain. If I was to hug someone, I would be getting it all over them. I'm opening up doors and closing doors and moving chairs. I'm getting it everywhere. I'm leaving a trail behind me. So why would I want to carry that around? Why wouldn't I wash my hands? When I want to self-reflect, why wouldn't I want to ask myself questions to try to figure out the deeper meanings behind things? Why wouldn't I ask those questions to maybe uncover hidden talents, those hidden situations? Open up my mind to possibilities. I mean, as dirty as my hands were, I wasn't letting go of the dirt. I wasn't able to clear my mind or my environment. It was always trailing behind me. It got to the point where everything I touched turned to shit. Third, why? Because the hands that were working in the mud that got dirty, I did not bother to wash them. I did not acknowledge that they were dirty in the first. I didn't care. I just continued to move on. And nothing was going on at all. Meanwhile, I was not only affecting my reality, I got dirt all over the bride's dress, I got dirt all over the groom's suit, I got all dirt all over the card, all over my suit, and anybody I shook hands with. All because I was too stubborn to look at the deeper part of the issue. Sometimes the soap that we have currently to wash our hands isn't good enough. Sometimes the things that we take stay with us long after we've washed our hands. Some actions, some decisions, some reactions that sometimes partake it brings about a situation where you can't go back. You can't turn things around. Does that mean there's some sort of extraction? A cutting of ties? Does that mean a disconnection? Maybe the bride and the groom got pissed off that I came in with dirty hands. What are you giving us a card in a dirty envelope? Like, what I'm speaking on is total theoretical. Not even real, it's an example, but it's giving a reason why it's always better to clean your hands than not. If you take the action to clean your hands, you can at least take accountability for your own dirt. This is about turning your pain into power. This is about gaining a new perspective. Just like Ashley said, a different perspective, just to at least see it from. To bring us to earth, to bring us into this body, to bring us into this life, to bring us into this experience we call life. Be able to feel, see, touch, hear, taste. Feel as in touch and feel as in emotion. There's not a lot of different places in the galaxies that hold this type of frequency. Everything is frequency. We got 3/4 of the world not wanting to look and self-reflect. They just want to continue moving with dirty hands, clinging to the last straw they have left. This person that's longing to be with you, longing to connect with you, they were very abusive to you, collective. And I do believe that you've literally disconnected and cut them off. They tried to get you so insecure and guarded just about life. They tried to ruin your personality. They wanted to have you trapped. They wanted you suffering in silence. That was part of the motive. That was part of the whole game. Made them feel like they had a sense of control. Like they had a sense of controlling of something. They had something. Because everything else in their life was out of control. And by gaining control over you, ripping apart your dreams, getting you all foggy in your head, making you question everything. So that way you wouldn't believe in yourself. You couldn't let go. You couldn't clear your mind. All for what? Just to make them feel better. Looking back, you don't see it the same way. It was so simple in the beginning. Spirit, what are dates that were very significant to my collective? It's going to pinpoint who I'm talking to right now. It's going to confirm who I'm speaking to. Because this message isn't for everybody. Some of you are thinking like, what the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, okay, just peace out or just have patience. Okay? Spirit, you heard me. I'll have to repeat myself. Thank you for your guidance. So August is a very significant in Capricorn time, December 22nd through to January 19th. Uphill climb, but worth it. You went through hell, collective. But you worked at it. Day in, day out, you stepped forward. You worked through it. You worked at it. You worked at it. You worked at it. You learned to be practical, to hold boundaries, to stand up for yourself, to advocate for yourself. All over again, after you were ripped apart. December was a very, very crucial time for you. To them, it was your sacrifice. To you, it was your death. To the divine, it was your rebirth. Little do we know, we actually live, we are born, we evolve, we come to a precipice, and then we die. And then we are reborn, we evolve, we come to a precipice, and we die. And then we are reborn, we evolve, we come to a precipice, and then we die. All in one life. Some of us go through many of those, some of us only go through one, some of us go through 2 or 3, depending on how many levels we go. 3/4 of us in that first section of life. where we do not evolve. We stay put in the distraction, in the disillusion, in the matrix. The matrix resides in the first aspect. It has nothing to do with the rest of it. It's how far do you take it? How open do you bring your mind to the possibilities in your reality? I want to do an experiment, and I don't necessarily want to have us tell all our ages. You only feel like you're up to it. Put an asterisk and put your actual age, an exclamation point, and put the age that you feel. Now, when you put the age that you feel, put the age of your soul. Of all those times that you've meditated, all the times that you've recollected on the past and of your spirit, and you've connected into that. How old is your soul? How old is your essence of your being? And you don't have to even ask that. Just you can ask that to your question. Ask that question to yourself. You don't have to throw it in the chat. And if you want to. It seems as though our reality is a projection of our inner world. The moment you realize that, the moment everything starts to make sense. And then we wonder why we walk around with dirty hands. And our worlds are going to shit. How do we change it? It starts from within. For me, it's 42. And I keep saying somewhere around 486. But I still feel like it's like around 530. Maybe even close to 550. That's just myself. But this August coming up is going to be huge. It's going to be very much some reaped rewards for all of the work that you've done on yourself, as well as the seeds that you have planted. Collective, the ones that have done the work over the past year, over the past year and a half, going on 2 years, even before you even found my channel, all the work that you've done, you need to be proud of that. I think year 2022, 2018 through to 2022 was very significant. And it wasn't just the bullshit and fiasco we went through. Something more than that. Between June 22nd and July 22nd, and we're walking into July 22nd as of tomorrow, this was a major turning point for you during Cancer time. This is where you started to nurture who you were. July, you got to slow down and soak it all in. It's looking as if you may be you may need to focus on your confidence. You might trip over your words. You might be speechless at the reaping of rewards coming in for you. July 23rd through to August 22nd, you very well could be stepping into the spotlight. So you're gonna need to find some confidence and step into some sort of leadership position. Really commit to it. Yeah, between May, June, July, it was a major turning point for you. The dinner that you had, your Capricorn time that you had that shook the foundation of who you were. Think of it doing a 180. And consider the possibilities. Is there anything else? No? October 22nd through to November 21st, there was something very, very, somebody was working dark magic towards you around that time last year, or the year before that. On Halloween, they were working some dark shit. That backfired. Just gonna say that much. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Somebody tried to put out your light. Starlight was in the reverse. You very well could be a starseed. They tried to slow down your manifestations through getting you to hesitate and or worry. They didn't want you keeping the faith, so they thought that it was a fad. So they thought that you would be an easy pushover. So they spiritually attacked you. The hope within you is the light. And that is what guides you to the pathway of starlight. Try to take that from you. They tried to steal it and take it for themselves. Not something that you can just take. You have to be built with the right intentions. order to understand it. They wanted you to forget who you are. They didn't want you to remember. You carry stardust in your bone, your ancestors' wisdom in your blood, and the whole universe in your soul. Know yourself and nothing will bring you down. They wanted to bring you down. They wanted to rip you apart. All because they where they couldn't compare. They couldn't embody what you had. So they wanted to destroy it. It's almost like there's a quiet the silence is almost deafening. They didn't want you to discover your ability. They didn't want you to discover where you're from. They didn't want you to have ambition. They wanted you hiding yourself. And that achievement, for them, would be a downfall. They were ruthless with the convictions, thinking that that was going to be enough. Collective, you learned some lessons here. In this whole experience. But the people that or evil, sadistic, asinine, audastic towards you. They're a very powerful lesson as well. One of the biggest lessons collectively that went wrong in our humanity here on Earth, we forgot how to raise our children. And don't give me the bullshit about, oh, we did the best that we could. That's a cop-out. That's a cop-out to your guilty pleasures. Because half the children that are in the world nobody wanted to begin with. They're all a bunch of mistakes. Oh, Aiden, why are you being so harsh? It's because they weren't made with love, they were with lust. They were made by the guilty pleasures of temptation. When a man and a woman is to come together to create life, it is to be a sacred experience. Not to be some whim on a Saturday night after the bar. Hell, we've forgotten how to raise our children. We can't even take care of ourselves. And all these kids grow up thinking the adults know better, because that's all they keep telling us. Only to find out they're still in it. They don't know fuck all. They just hold this facade that they know what they're talking about, and they really don't. They have no fucking clue. And what's really scary, some of these imbeciles are running our fucking countries. And yet, all the propaganda is the world's going to shit. And yet we wonder why. Why? Because our own inner worlds are so chaotic that it presents itself within our reality. The moment we bring that to balance within ourselves, I guarantee you it's a game changer. And if it's not, you can tell me otherwise. That's what they want, Ashley. They want people to stop caring. But that's the catalyst that gets things moving again. To start caring. Not only about our self well-being, but other people. Not from a mad scientist point of view and locking them up in fucking camps. Bringing back a sovereignty to the earth. An individual and collective sovereignty. Bring about human rights in a way that can be only solidified to bring about a benefit to evolution within our world, across nations. Our children is the next generation. What the fuck are we doing? Three-quarters of a world totally disconnected from source. Totally trapped in the matrix. They can't even open their eyes to see what's coming. Thinking around just fine. What's the opposite of calm? Would it be chaos? Because the calm card is coming upside down. And whatever the opposite of calm is, it's about what it's going to be pretty soon. We are coming to that precipice. It's an ebb and a flow. It's a breath in and a breath out. Are we going to go through this lifetime not learning the lesson, learning the message? It's insanity, Sarah. These old tactics don't work with the new earth. That's the whole thing. There's no such thing as order out of chaos. Not anymore. The earth's frequency is raised. We've evolved. Pray tell the confessions. Is there any confessions at all for the reading? No? Okay. Can I get some information on the possibilities in reverse? Seven of Cups reversed. The Sun reversed. They tried to leave all this in the dark about ruining your dreams. They wanted to keep their hands clean, collective. They didn't want to take accountability for that. They wanted you to look selfish, too. But they were the selfish ones. All the not wanting you to make up your mind and believe in yourself or follow your dreams or anything like that. Anything else? The Magician. They didn't know who the fuck they were messing with. Not a fucking clue, collective. You focused on yourself. You left them in the dark. And you focused on your manifestations. You said, fuck them in their hat. Nobody's going to tell me I can't have joy and love and happiness in my life. Nobody's going to rip me apart and get away with it. And the divine said, no, they won't get away with it. Just let me handle it. And that's why you gave it to the divine. So now, it's out of your hands. And that's the truth. You got the Ace of Swords. Isn't that interesting? The Knight of Cups. They wanted you bitter as fuck. Maybe they're bitter as fuck at the fact that you're stepping in major leadership position. They try to break your heart so you wouldn't move forward with that. You wouldn't be moving forward with passion, right? Because you're an empath. Because you're an empath, you use your emotions and you can sense and feel the emotions of others. You're tapped in intuitively, which brings you even more insight. And then you've got your clairs. You have to go through all 4 queens or all kings to get into this particular situation. So you have to know your elements. You have to gone through the magician. You've had to gone through the high priestess in order to get here. They tried to ruin you. And all it did is validate you. That ought to be the best fuck around and find out I ever read. Not gonna lie. I don't have to. Tell me more about this Knight of Cups. Yeah, they wanted you bitter and stagnant. They didn't want you moving forward. Anything else? Oh, right. They wanted to bring you to your death. And give you no other choice but make that decision. Make you helpless, dependent. So that way you'd never love again and you'd never find balance within yourself. Totally disempower you and take away your warrior essence of who you are. All in the Knight of Cups. In the reverse. It's about the magician. You planted seeds, collective. They tried to overwhelm you, but you're going towards the Ten of Pentacles anyway, and it's going to be illuminated as you go. Alright? You had to go through a huge awakening, and out of this bitterness, really, the King of Cups in the reverse, like, you really had to come out of a time of bitterness and brokenness. The King of Cups in reverse, this is shattered energy. right? Doesn't know what. But it brought you to an awakening of your foundation. That's what happens when you go low. You build foundation when you're low. You're not going to build your foundation when you're high up in the clouds. Right? Build it when you're low. This is why that Nine of Swords energy, people always talking how you're trapped up in your head and all this other shit. No, if you're a victim, yes, that's the way it's going to be. But if you go in as a warrior, if you go in as an observer, if you go in as a learner, where you go to evolve and you see the situations for what they are, you take yourself outside of yourself and you see them from the other person's perspective, a bird's eye view, from the Most High or your higher self. You see all these different experiences from a different perspective and you gain a new understanding. You empower yourself through the pain. You turn your pain to power. These are the awakenings. This is the truth coming forward. This is the enlightenment. This is the awakening. And this is what's creating your foundation to that Ten of Pentacles that you're trying to succeed. And this is your great awakening. Coming out of that bitterness and brokenness, realizing you weren't bitter and broken to begin with. You were allowing other people to control your environment and your energy and the way you felt about yourself. And once you reached your true potential, you stepped up and you stepped into the awareness of that, the awakening of that. And then because of that, they started throwing illusions at you. As if your demise wasn't enough. This is all on the Magician. You read who the fuck you are. You've had a legacy, a spiritual legacy, since you've been here. And they wanted you lying to yourself. So they deceived you. I'm really kind of picking up on anybody and everybody that was ever in life. It seems to be, you're the last one to know that there was a big, huge, fat fucking joke and you were the middle of it. The thing is, collective, you make people nervous. As you should. Seven of Cups. Focusing on yourself. Focusing on your foundation. Focusing on your Ten of Pentacles. Is a huge fucking tower for some people. Huge. Huge tower. Huge. You weren't supposed to make it this far, collective. You had a selfish so-and-so in your energy. Huge part of this particular person. They didn't want you figuring out who the hell you are. They were siphoning off of you. They had nothing to give you. The fact that you started focusing on yourself, and the fact that you started focusing on the past, healing the past, and empowering yourself through your pain. Huge tower. Huge. All the seeds that they planted to bring you down, all the plans that they had, it all fell apart. It all fell apart. Blew up in their face. They thought they were clever. And yet here you are. What's this? The Knight of Cups in the reverse? Interesting. Knight of Cups in the reverse. Look at you now. Knight of Cups in the right side up. That's one hell of a way to turn the tables there, Collective, and I'm very proud of you. All the seeds they planted, they were all dead seeds, thinking that they were actually going to get somewhere with their stupid plan. Once you took a leap of faith in a new direction, that changed things. And you walked away to calmer waters, to brighter horizons. Things are balancing out for you, Collective, and you're moving on. You're already sitting there at the Six of Pentacles, and you're headed towards your 10. All that work you find, don't you think it's worth it? Do you think it's worth it now? You're halfway there, and you barely even started. Isn't that good news? The Divine said they would match you. They're not going to betray you. Every effort that you put in, the Divine will always match. And the evidence is in the blessings that you will receive when you trust. Divinely guided, guarded, and protected. Sometimes it's risky. You end up almost giving up your life for a moment in time. But you always end up changed forever afterwards. It's almost something that stops time. Rips you out of the matrix for just a second. Only long enough to celebrate and find tribe. Collective, you are the fucking tower. And I'm proud of you. To some of you, you are a walking tower. For some of you, it is your job to go in like a wrecking ball. It's who you are. You're meant to shake shit. What's the sun? Sun reverse. They wanted to put your truth and your story and your justice and your ability to stand on boundaries to rest and to darken it, to blacklist you, to bring it to no credibility. They wanted whatever you were saying to fall on deaf ears. They wanted you left in the dark. Yet they wanted you to represent bitterness and the inability to love ever again. But that's not what they got. They got strategy. They got silence. And this is, I think, the time where you actually remembered who you fucking were. You remembered your boundaries. You remembered your standards. And they tried to get you to cry. As if they didn't matter. You held confidence. You had strength. You had everything you needed to start. All you needed to do is keep your cards close to your chest and focus on yourself. It's probably better that you did that anyway. Because they wanted to stop your movement forward. They wanted to bring any connections or any colors or any partnerships to an end. As soon as they found out that you were partnered up with someone else or this or that, they swindled it. They bribed them. They swindled them. They paid them off. They blackmailed them. So if you had a bunch of people just off and never speak to you again, that's why. Collective, they never thought that you'd figure it out. They tried to leave it all in the dark, ripping away all of your fucking possibilities. Taking away your certainty, so you were always up in your head. They invested a lot of time and energy into this collective, and they want you to feel like you're crazy. They don't want you believing in yourself, yet here you are, rising to the occasion. Like I said, these dummies really have no fucking clue as to who they're messing with. They not having a clue. Continue nurturing your stability and your foundation to your Ten of Pentacles collective. Again, you're halfway there. They don't want you self-reflecting, and they don't want you answering questions that you have with yourself. They don't want you tapping into talents that you have. They don't want you evolving and nothing like that. You're doing it anyway. Because fuck that idea. Fuck that bullshit. Get inspired, collective, and just move it. Make it happen. Somebody is extremely stingy, and they're in for an extreme rude awakening. I'm just going to say that right now. They wanted you paranoid. Oh. You're not paranoid, collective. You and the Divines already spoke. You guys have had your meeting already. You already know what's going down. It's one of the joys of being tapped in once you get there. Yeah, they tried to ruin all the beginnings, have you trapped. Have you paranoid, where you didn't want to take a leap of faith in a new direction. You didn't want to be inspired to love again, or to get into a new compassionate relationship, or even a friendship for that matter. Didn't want you trusting in. They wanted you stuck, no options, no forgiveness. Isn't that funny? Trap? Anything there? It's a trap? Any confirmations, any messages? Alright, so yeah, let's ask. What's going on in August? We're going to reap rewards of what you have, what we planted, right? The abundance, the ripening, the harvest. We got Page of Wands on the bottom of the deck, so somebody's got a brand new idea. Somebody's being intuitively guided. It could very well be you. It could be someone else. Something to do with August. Could be Virgo, Leo, I'm not sure, but it doesn't have to be. What's going on in August, Spirit? You don't have to tell us everything because I know the haters are hating. Queen of Swords. You're nurturing your truth. You're speaking your truth in August. Okay. You're reaping your rewards for speaking truth. What else? 5 of Pentacles reversed. So there's definitely a new foundation here. Like, this is a confirmation to your 6 of Pentacles. There's a foundation here with the 5 of Pentacles. Right? You gotta work from the bottom. Started at the now we're here. It is what it is, collective. That's how you build it. You don't make it to the top. You start at the bottom and you work your way up. One block at a time. One pain at a time. One trauma at a time. I'm going to say this, Lilith. I really thank you so much for your little messages after live. I really appreciate you share little tidbits. Welcome in, my dear. And I do thank my tribe for sharing feedback, how I've impacted your life. And the fact that you shared in the chat with new members that are popping in. It's all greatly appreciated. I feel great honor and I'm very humbled to be in this position. So all these dumbass haters that think I don't deserve it, you can go take a seat. Grab a fucking notepad and a pen and take some fucking notes. My fucking soapbox, yours. You don't get to determine who stands on my soapbox. Got my fucking name on it. Go get your own. That's me sticking up. That's me being humble. That's me standing in my power. Because I know I make a difference here. And I'm blessed to do so. I know I cuss, but get over it. You go through the fucking half of what I've been through, okay? Go through half of it and see how you feel after. Half. You don't even have to go through all of it, just half. What's this about nurturing truth? about being trapped, about being stuck with no options. It's about guarding your heart. It's about knowing what the fuck you want, collective. It's about being patient. It's about being consistent. If you are feeling trapped right now, it's an illusion. Okay? It's an illusion. If you are feeling trapped at this very moment, it is an illusion. Because I'll tell you right now, if you tap the fuck in, the divine will always be there for you. And he will always be putting to rest any conflict that arises. Okay? The divine will always match you. As long as you stay consistent, as long as you stay within a good, solid foundation and good intention, allowing your intuition to guide you through your collaborations, you will find the way. Your ship will come in. You will arrive where you need to be. But know what the hell you want and allow it to guide you. Fructose or tolerance, with the inability to give a damn about other people's bullshit. Major game changer, collective. Major game changer. Really? Thank you, my dear. As well for the super thanks a little while ago. That 35 czar is only $1.99. It's quite deceiving, but still a baby. Queen of Cups reversed. Somebody's going to be bitter as fuck when you get these, so I'll tell you that right now. Somebody's not going to be happy. Somebody's whole plan was to breadcrumb you, to get by the divine, to sidestep the divine. Just going to breadcrumb you. This is of an inheritance that you don't even realize or that you don't even know about. And this isn't for everybody. Okay? And for people that have had inheritances stolen, this isn't even from you for either. Some of you, yeah, you've had it stolen. Some of you, you've had other inheritances be swindled. Some of you, it's a very wide variety of timelines, of situations. Okay? And there are inheritances for particular few of you that you don't know about, that are supposed to be in your hands right now. But because of selfishness of other people, they don't believe that you deserve it. And it's the fighting of a party situation and a very, very toxic Queen of Wands, a very toxic Queen of Cups within a third party dynamic. I'm really picking up on a Cancer and an Aries working together behind the closed doors to bring about a demise. However, the truth is coming out. I'm being told there was shut-up money involved. They thought it was a clever way of getting around it. They didn't have to speak a word, collective, because you're tapped the fuck in. Collective, you're rising up, okay? You might actually be known to the world. You're rising the fuck up, and you're bringing the whole world with you. They can't do shit. That's all I gotta say. They're gonna have no other choice but to be dependent on you. They're gonna be needing to take notes. They need to be going and investing at a fucking dollar store to go get some notepads and start taking notes. It would be in their best interest. Because there's a very, very high chance that things are going to change within this message very soon. It's not going to be the same message forever, collective. And I have a feeling the message is going to change and they're not going to realize it until it's too late. They're not going to have their notepad ready. So in the term of a bar crawl, last call for alcohol, but you can transmute that into time to pick up your fucking notebooks, open them up, and get ready to get back to work. I can only lead you down this way. I can't push you, I can't pull you, I can't leash you, I can't hook you up to a trolley, I can't hook you up to a cart. It's pointless. You're gonna go, you're gonna do, you're gonna be, whatever you're gonna be. But if I can leave you with just a little bit of inspiration, I'm gonna do my best. What's going on in July? Is there anything going on in July? Last couple weeks of July. What's going on? Slow down, soak it all in while you indulge in yourself. Carefree memories and silence. So something's going to be revealed to you. Page of Swords. Somebody is watching, but somebody can't watch you anymore. It's either they're not allowed, is what's being told to me, or people find out that they're watching you, and like you could be a creator, like whatever. You could be a creator, whatever the case may be, but they can't watch you anymore. We got a 3 of Swords on the bottom of the deck. Somebody was betraying you behind your back. It's going to be revealed to you. Something about an Ace of Pentacles. And something about a King of Pentacles. Taking this Ace of Pentacles. Somebody was betraying you behind your back. Probably keeping mail to themselves. or packages or something. They seen you going after the pentacles and they tried to disempower you, is what happened. Now, this could have been this July, this could have been last July, this could have been the July before that. Okay, Five of Pentacles, this is where you found your new foundation. With an Empress in the reverse. This is when they disempowered you. This is when they took the Ace of Pentacles. At the time of you finding a new foundation after leaving this fucking chaos. When they took the Ace of Pentacles. They took the Ace of Pentacles, and it very well could have been an asset of yours, it could have been a car, it could have been anything. They tried to create a situation to bring you into an instability. But here you are with the Five of Pentacles in the reverse. Ability anyway. Amongst the chaos of a Dark Empress. I'm really picking up on past it with this. It's not like a right now. That's not this July. Okay? I do believe that this is over a yearly period, so there very well could have been a position where something was revealed to you about some sort of information, about a removal or a taking of a Ace of Pentacles or a gift. Something to do with a Taurus. I'm really kind of picking up on a Taurus. As well as this is something about finding a foundation, right? So this could very well be trying to build a foundation off of your energy, off of your magic and your manifestation. And it's looking like somebody's coming in to apologize about that. I'm being told they stand. What's going with this October 22nd to November for Scorpio time? What about the Scorpio time? This is also past energy. Is there any message regarding the Scorpio time? Yeah, that's going to manipulate you. Probably with the dark magic. A magician in the roots. They tried to make you out to look like a dark magician. To make you look like you are in dark energy. Meanwhile, here you are in Empress energy. The birthing of a new idea. The Three of Wands. They wanted you missing out. So they did the dark magic against you to do so. I'll clarify. You could have been just continuing to move forward with compassion despite all the magic, despite the warfare. Knight of Pentacles, yeah, like I said, you just continued to move forward very methodically, very strategically, utilizing your elements at your bidding, right? Magic. I'll be right back. I need another bottle. I don't like chugging water. I don't like chugging much of anything. See, that's the thing. When we're around certain people, they do us of our energy. And then we wonder why we can't get anything done, and then we're all pissed off at ourselves because we didn't get anything done, wondering why. And it's the people that we're hanging around. Spiritual warfare. And of course they're not going to own up to it. Why would they do that? That makes too much sense. The biggest message, if you were to take anything from this reading so far, stay focused. You're on the right track. You've passed multiple different tests that you didn't even know you were taking. Some of you are still on that journey. And you will know as things progress, so it's all going to make sense soon. For a lot of you, it's going to make sense soon. If it's not making sense right yet this second, it will. Continue moving forward, utilizing your elements that you have available to you, because these dumbasses thinking that they're going to manipulate you and make you miss out. Again, the divine has other plans. Okay? No way of saying about it. You are finding a new foundation, despite the collusion. Yeah, they're watching, and everything is going to be revealed to you. Seven of Wands, collective. Seven of Wands. It's not about just trusting the process, it's about sticking up for yourself. It's about holding yourself to your own standards. It's settling for less than you deserve. Knowing what you deserve and going after it. And when people try to question you about it, ask yourself, do they have any control over my life whatsoever? Did they have any factor over my existence whatsoever? If they don't, their opinion does not matter. Hell, my opinion matters not even to you. It only matters to the ones that it resides with. It only matters to the ones that it vibes. It only resonates with the right frequency. That is who this message is for. This message that I give tonight is not for everyone. It's the way it is. Collective, the divine had other plans. This was your rebirth. They wanted it to be your demise. You wanted it to be your rise. The divine decided this was your rebirth. Because what you were rising with was a faulty foundation built with sand rather than stone. When you move methodically forward, when you allow your intuition and intentions to guide you, that is where you find your tribe. That is where you vibe to your tribe. That is where you find your tribe. The Queens and the Three of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles. The fact that they didn't want you breathing, the fact that they didn't want you to let go of the pain, the fact that they didn't want you clearing your mind and empowering yourself. This tower that we see that is happening for them to witness Your rise is excruciating. The fact that you continue to rise is excruciating. The fact that you continue to move forward solidly, methodical, huge. Huge game changer. I'm really picking up on that part in the movie Pretty Woman where she's walking into, and I've said this before, it just keeps coming up in my mind, where she goes back in with all their shopping bags from shopping somewhere else, and I would say she's got close to what, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, stuff in her bags and whatnot, and she walks into this place. Big mistake, big mistake. Your haters is that store right now. Having no other choice but to watch you win. And all they get to do is see you walk by. All because they judged you by a book's cover, rather than actually getting to know what was inside. They didn't give a fuck about what was inside. They didn't recognize the treasure that was within. That's not your problem, collective. Sometimes you might feel guilty for not showing yourself, but sometimes they don't deserve to see you in your true element. I'll tell you right now, most people are not worthy of it. And this isn't to say that you're better than anyone else. Okay? It's not about being better than anyone else. But it's the intention and the frequency that you hold in yourself. You're not like everybody else. And that's what most people can't wrap their head around. That's one of the biggest issues that people have. Just wrapping their head around who you are. Alright, Spirit. Longing, missing you, let's talk, reunion. What the hell's going on with this? Do I take it? Alright. It's part of the timeline. Okay. Is there anything else in the deck? Okay. We got the Three of Pentacles, so there's definitely some new collaboration. There's the Star. The Eight of Wands. The Six of Swords reversed. And the Three of Wands reversed. Then we have the Pins, the Sun, Seven of Cups, the Six of Cups, and the Five of Cups reversed. while. 7, 6, and 5, all in a row. The Page of Wands and the Sun. Somebody's like totally inspired by how you transmuted. They're absolutely overwhelmed by the past and how you've overcome everything that's happened. Somebody's absolutely flabbergasted. So somebody longing to speak to you about that. Somebody wants to win fast. They want to heal something with you. They want to collaborate with you. You definitely can't be walking away from this. They want to honor you. They don't want to miss out on this. They cannot miss out on this. This is part of their debt. And this is why they're longing, missing, and wanting to speak in a reunion with you. Don't worry, this isn't your ex. This is someone that you haven't spoken to in quite some time. I get a feeling this person thought that you may have fallen out, but you haven't. I'm going to use my self-position perspective. I know there's people that tune in to me from time to time and have on occasion tuned in while I'm all hot and bothered about all these karmic bull, okay? And they kind of take my messages personal, thinking that I might be speaking on them, thinking it's the duration of their story or whatever else, that I'm speaking on them. It wasn't even the case at all. Some people, quite possibly. But this particular energy that I'm speaking on, no. This person actually is legitimate. Right? They don't want anything, they don't want to miss out on the possibilities of collaborating. It seems as though they want to move in pretty quickly in order to collaborate, because they don't want you to walk away without them. And I'm also picking up on a different timeline that they're wanting to come in and collaborate so they don't miss out, because they don't want to walk away from it, right? But they just simply don't want to miss out. They kind of want to be on your bandwagon to some degree. This is why they're longing to talk and have a reunion. And I think to some degree this other part of the timeline where somebody's absolutely flabbergasted at the fact that you've gone through all this shit and you've overcome it and you've changed the way you look at love to this degree with the 5 of Cups in the reverse. You've had no other choice but to make some major changes as to your standards and what you go for, what you don't settle for, what you aim for, what you're trying to hit. We'll call it as a Cupid's arrow. Somebody's feeling stuck since you walked away. Somebody's feeling stuck. They're feeling kind of a dead end. They're feeling like they don't want to be frozen, but they're stagnant. They don't want to be in this energy anymore. They've been holding back feelings. They've been holding back their desires and their words, and they want to come forward with it. but to some degree it would require you to make a major decision as to whether or not you would want them into your life. And the collective, this is somebody that you don't have any karmic ties with. Would you believe it? You don't have any karmic ties with this person. There's nothing karmic about you guys in your relationship or friendship. This could even be just a friendship. I don't know if they want to come in and like be like more than just friends. I don't know if it's that kind of dynamic, or if it's just they want to develop on this friendship. They want to collaborate together. Like you guys have some sort of similarities between the two of you that you could somehow put together and work really, really well together to some degree. And they don't want to miss out on the possible potential of that. Because this is also about shining light. This is also about bringing about a change to your skies. Bringing the hope back to the world. This is the collaboration, right? And they see this collaboration before it's even materialized. This person is very intuitive too. They've tapped into their shit. So this is promising, right? So this isn't karmic energy, which is good. And I really have a feeling that this person actually might have been a good friend to you, help you let go, to bring you back to the place where you could clear your mind, bring you back to a place where you could breathe again. So this person very well could have been bringing you into this position of healing. Ten of Wands reversed. Somebody wants to heal something with you. They feel that they healed something already. They want to heal more, is the feeling I'm getting. This feeling of stuckness, dead end, frozen, stagnant, that's a thing of the past, collective. This is a huge awakening. This is about going on an inner journey, finding that light, and recognizing that that can guide you forward through the darkness. The light that you've had within you the whole fucking time. Your guiding light. You didn't have to look out yourself for it. It was always within you. Mustang NA. Welcome in. Welcome in, Mandy. Welcome in, Red Elephant. Welcome in, Sheila. Welcome in, Deuce. Welcome in, Gigi. Six Swords, yeah. It's an energy and a vibe that you just can't walk away from, collective. Once you experienced this vibe with this particular person, you knew something deeper there. You weren't sure what it was, but you knew there was something there. Whatever this energy is, they helped you unstuck yourself. They helped you walk away, officially. Suffering and silence in reverse, unspoken desires, real feelings, broken dreams. And we have the Queen of Swords. If that's not a confirmation that you spoke up and you nurtured your truth, I don't know what is. Saying you give no fucks and you're going to speak your mind anyway, without telling me you give no fucks and you're going to speak your mind. Anyway, the Queen of Swords in the upright position. Capricorn time. What was going on about Capricorn time? What's the shit we don't know? What was the shit that was hidden from Capricorn time? That was our almost death to a rebirth energy. What's the behind the scenes message with that? Eight of Swords. And they wanted you to be trapped to the point where you had no other choice but to reconcile with them and submit to their bullshit. They pretty well pushed you out to the point where you had no other choice but to crawl back. That was supposed to give them all the control. But you didn't. You didn't come back. You didn't. You came back to kind of smooth over water, but it didn't make it any better. You just remembered why you left to begin with. The fact that they wanted to reconcile trying to put you in jail, the fact that they wanted to reconcile getting you all trapped up in your head, they tried to smooth it over, they tried to make it seem like it wasn't all what it was, not realizing you're not fucking delusional like they thought you were. It's always a collective Mustang. They have no choice but to try to reconcile with you now. Because they're facing jail time. If they don't reconcile with you, they're facing jail time. Apparently they're being guided to reconcile with you. Because it's better to reconcile with you than to be trapped like they be. But partially I think Spirit's saying that it's too late. What's done is done. And I think they wanted you to the point where you were in jail. They wanted you acting out of character, snapping out. But you didn't submit to their reaction abuse. Tell me more about Capricorn time. The Eight of Wands in reverse. And the Three of Pentacles in reverse. So they tried. This is when they were colluding against you. To have you in the Nine of Swords. And to bring about the stop to anything that you were trying to build. It was to bring a stop to your forward movement. That was the plan. They already knew that it was the worst time to do something to you. That's why they did it then. That's the whole plan. They knew that right around that time was a really, really bad time for you, just to start with. A perfect time for them to do what they wanted to do. But again, collective, they didn't realize who they were messing with. They really didn't. What's this about Leo time? From now until August 22nd, what's going on? Something about the spotlight? Finding confidence and leadership? Seven of Swords. Getting back everything that was taken from you. Divine intervention. And again, it's that wolf poster popping into my head. Going after everything they said you couldn't have. You're stepping into the spotlight, finding your confidence, your ambitions, your leadership. You're stepping into this. You're going after everything that they said you couldn't have. And this time, collective, you know exactly where you're going. You know exactly where you're going. Eight of Swords. You're not in your head anymore. You're not trapped. Don't slow down your manifestation through hesitation or worry. Keep the faith and create light in the dark. The path of the stars is made by the same energy. Inspiration of intention, of the manifestation, of the miracle that is you. You're going to have to be very strategic. Because as you are nurturing your truth and as you are shining your light and as you are moving forward towards your justice, there will be people out here questioning your diligence, questioning your ambitions, questioning and trying to create setbacks for you. Trying to manipulate you, trying to distract you, trying to pull you away from what is meant for you. You have to really, really ask yourself to a deep level. If you are not satisfied with what you have, then what do you deserve? What are you in alignment with? What would it look like if you had everything you wanted? What would it look like if you were satisfied with what you have? What would it look like if you never needed anything? It's one thing to know that you're not satisfied with what you have, but what do you want? Because there's going to be people coming in to question what you're going after. Trying to get down to the bottom of your intention and your motive. But all you need to do is continue to shine your light. That pathway that you were looking at finding will be bestowed before you. People are going to feel left out, collective, because you are releasing this betrayal. The betrayal of insignificance. You're transmuting that shit and creating the idea that because they wanted to make you insignificant, that then it makes them insignificant. So this is why they're coming in to question you and why you allowed this betrayal to be severed. Why don't you allow them to ruin your life? Why don't you allow them to affect your reality? Why are they insignificant? They're actually hurt by that. Why are they so insignificant to you? Meanwhile, these are the people that were betraying. These are the people that were holding you back. These were the people that were smiling in your face and laughing behind your back as if you were a joke. Thinking that they were going to get away with it. You're never going to find out, collective. You were never going to find out that they were throwing rocks and hiding their hands, trying to keep their hands clean. They wanted you to feel defenseless. They wanted you stopped in your tracks. They didn't want you succeeding farther than they could. They didn't want you elevating out of the possibility would manipulate you in your energy, in your abundance. They didn't want you calling your power back. That in itself, you calling your power back would end them in a tower. Because of course they're siphoning off of you, they're pulling off of your energy, your abundance, right? Making it question everything, so that way they could do that. The more they have you mixed up, the less control they have, or the more control they have. The more coherent you are in your mind space, the less control they have over you. Why? Because you give no fucks when you know what you want. Focus on your priorities. You focus on you raising your standards. And when you raise your standards, you raise yourself out of the frequency that they reside in, which removes you from their control without even saying a word. And you want to talk about divine intervention. They're left picking up their jaw off the ground because they didn't realize. When you change your inner world, your outer world changes. When you change inner world and you empower yourself from the trapped energy that you felt, the paranoid, the cautious, the insecure, the guarded, transmute that to a higher frequency, it's inevitable they will lose control. The less clouds you have in your mind and your brain to bring uncertainty, the more powerful you are. And it renders them powerless. And this in itself is how you free yourself from the matrix. But you have to go within to get out. You have to face your demons. You have to face the reconciliation of your shadow. And you have to set your darkness free. J.C. Bouvier, thank you so much. Focusing on self collective. When I come on here, what, a year, 2 years ago? It's gonna be 2 years soon, if not already. Started talking about facing your shadow. I started talking about doing your shadow work. I started talking about going into the dark night of the soul. I started talking about dealing with trauma and pain and how you transmute it. I wasn't talking out of my ass. I'll tell you that right now. It is the basics of alchemy. It's the basics of magic. It's the basics of manifestation. It's the basics of energy transfer and energy manipulation, which is virtually all the same thing. Just different names, different ways of looking at it, different perspective. Overall, it's all the same. On an individual basis, we are our own universe within a vaster, more bigger universe. Micro, macro. Depending on the frequency that you evolve at, and as you grow up in the dynamics, the family unit, if any, the toxic or non-toxic scenarios, it all depends on the spices that you put in your sauce, right? It's going to come out a certain way. Right? Some people put brown sugar in it, some people put chili sauce, chilies in it. Some people put ground beef, some people put chicken, some people put veg. Some people are just plain old sauce, keeping it just simple. But over time, that sauce decides to make itself. Whatever frequency you put into that sauce, it's going to make what it is. Whether that sauce is you in your life, or what you're going to put on your dinner. What are you adding to this sauce to make it worth it? When I go back to the whole last year of healing and getting into your shadow work, facing pain, facing your demons, facing your emotions, instead of having them bottled up and swept under the rug. Changing your own frequency, changing your own world within yourself is where the start is. That's where it starts. Your inner world always will reflect into your outer world. This is how you manifest. The whole thing is, the different situations that we've dealt with in our past, such as trauma, pain, and suffering, we'll just stay with those three for a moment, okay? They are memories within that blueprint, within that structure of that sauce. Are we going to let them sit there and fester, or are we going to alchemize it? Sometimes only time. Some say time heals all wounds. I really don't think so. It can try, but I think it's an understanding, it's a perspective, it's an awakening, it's an evolving to it. There needs to be alchemy regarding it. And when it's stagnant, all it does is fester. It's really giving energy, but rick of reviews. Which honestly, I don't think is fair. This is why we need to take it upon ourselves to take our own accountability for our own sauce. Nobody's making any sauce other than us. If you be worrying about other people's sauce, you're doing it wrong. And no, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm coming on here bestowing some wisdom, perspective. I care about the fucking world, okay? That's why I do it. I already got my sauce down to perfection. I know what I like in my sauce. And at this moment, it's pretty peaceful too. Despite the chaos going around me, it's very peaceful. This is why it's so important to heal. This is why it's so worth it to heal and to alchemize your pain into power, because it raises your frequency up out of that stagnant shit energy, and it protects you. When you pour into yourself, the divine sees that, and it will match you. The divine ain't gonna betray you like everyone else. The moment you realize that, the moment you lean in on that, the moment you step in on that, you're gonna see it. The best part about you is you have choice. You have more choice than you even realize to change your world. And it starts with you. You think you're fucking helpless? You think you're only one person, you can't do it alone. Of course you're one person, you can't do it alone. That's evident. But together as a collective, imagine how miraculous our world would change before our eyes if we would only work on healing within, creating the inner temple. create that inner temple, to empower yourself, create the manifestations, have a place to heal, have a place to commune with spirit, have a place to receive that healing from the divine. Because if you think you have to do all the healing yourself, you're sadly mistaken. The divine love that comes in and overflows and flushes you to the deepest parts of your core. There's no words. There's no words. No words in the English or any other language to explain and to describe the feeling of unconditional love that you receive from the divine. There's literally no words. And I can honestly say that it is better than nirvana. You're clearing all your chakra system and you're moving to your higher self, and you get to your Akashic records, you get to your all-in-knowing, you get into your high self, you tap into that, and the feeling, the euphoric feeling that you feel with that, and the unconditional love alone, just in that, is only a fraction of what you feel within that healing of the divine. And I tell you right now, this is bigger, way bigger, than any form of God in a book on this earth, in this plane of existence. It's so much bigger than that. Everybody on here talking of God and how God is this and God is that and da 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 da. The man version of God is a joke. It's a blasphemy. Do you understand? It's a joke. I don't even use God in my speech, in my sermon, in my whatever else. I don't even use God. When have I ever used God? Very rarely. And I only use it in context of the man essence of God, a man-made version of God. Because the divine is so much more than what they put in that stupid-ass book of riddles. Do you realize the churches in the back old world, they were actually healing temples? The mandalas of geometry within the stained glass of the windows is meant to heal. It wasn't to be a house of God, it was to be a house of healing. And a house of refuge, a house of peace. Didn't matter what religion you follow. And these are the churches that lasted through the old world and into the new one. On the floods. Some of these churches put on ley lines. Some of these churches were put into energy centers with energetic portals connected. And all of this was brought to me upon awakening with near-death experience. My rebirth. So much bigger. This next message is for those that are feeling defeated. And I have the urge to put out a prayer today. with every blink of your eyelid, every breath of your lungs, with every beat of your heart. You live. You not only live, but you evolve. You experience, you feel, you touch, you taste, at any and every given moment. It is but an experience, a choice, a scent, to be here in this moment, this now, to wrap your mind and your head around consciousness, to bring yourself a priority, a manifestation, a focus. For the ones that are feeling trapped, for the ones that are feeling defenseless, like there's no way out, for the ones that are feeling as if they're near the end. You really need to take a step back and ask yourself why you're seeing that. Because still, to this day, to this moment, you live. If it wasn't for the divine's choice for you, you would not be here. The divine chose you to be here and now. The divine brought you and your mother and your father together in order to create you. The divine sees all, the divine knows all, the divine is all. The omega, the micro, the macro, everything. The divine is that consciousness, all-knowing, the all of experience. So for you to be in this place of entrapped energy, wanting to give up, I hate to break it to you, but if you're at the point of wanting to give, you've already gave up on yourself. And you're just coming to the realization of it now. Ones that are feeling trapped and can't find a way out, it's because you've trapped yourself and given yourself no choice but to stay. The moment you open yourself up to a new reality, that more can become you, is the option and the consent that the divine needs in order to work miracles in your life and to bring about your best experience. But in order to receive the frequency in which you wish to reside in that frequency, you can't get a beautiful miracle of a blessing sitting in the frequency of a pile of shit. Bees do not explain to flies why flowers are better than shit. Why? And what makes you feel so selfish that the divine doesn't get to choose as to whether or not you want to come back or not? Because whether I want to come back or not and experience another life in another scenario, in a timeline with another person or another scenario or position, that's totally it. Sometimes we come here to suffer, learn, and experience, and sometimes we come here to play. And then we get all mixed up in the mayhem and the chaos in the middle. Based on intentions. And just as if you think that you're gonna live and die only one life, does that really make sense? Really think about that. To come here and live life, one life only, and to die and to just go to heaven and sit with God? Please, make that make sense. So what do we do when we get to heaven? Do we just sit there with God and just for the rest of our existence and do nothing and twiddle our thumbs? Could you really see a whole bunch of people sitting there doing that? Planet Earth has a particular frequency of physical plane with spirit plane. That's what's so special about Earth. There's multiple different planes of existence that are here within Earth. Multiple different frequencies can amalgamate and alchemize within the Earth's energy. Because of the Goldilocks frequency, we'll call it, what makes the Earth so special. It's just the right distance from the sun in order to create an environment for your environments to thrive. For a consciousness and energy and frequency to develop and evolve into what it wants to be. When you change your inner frequency, the outer frequency around you changes. You are that beacon of light. You are that stardust. You are the manifestation you've been looking for. You just have to step into the frequency of that which you wish to have, be, and hold. So just when you feel that you are trapped, just when you feel like you have no options, just when you feel that you are stuck, just when you feel that there is no forgiveness for the betrayal and all this bullshit, can you at least forgive yourself for putting yourself through that shit to begin with? To be in a low, shitty ass frequency in order to attract that into your life. Don't feel that you deserve to forgive yourself for that. That you should have known better. That's where you take accountability for your own actions. Your own acceptance of your own shit pile. Because unfortunately, some of you are not going to receive this well, but we hold ourselves at the frequency we choose to hold ourselves at. If we choose to hold ourselves at the lowest possible to the point where we become a victim to somebody else's fucking chaos, sorry, but just as much as it doesn't give them any right to do the abuse in the first place, why are we accepting it? The whole thing is that they place an illusion in front of us in order to deceive us. This deception, the lies, the discrepancies, the red flags, the benefit out of the doubt. The constant questioning of ourselves and our motives, our intentions, and our way forward. The inability of self-discovery puts you to shambles. If you do not discover you for who you are, that's the worst thing you can do in this life. Is to forget. Is to give up. To find the ambition and diligence and to rise above the setbacks. That is your achievement. And that will be their downfall. Promises are only meant to be broken by the people that are made. Because if somebody's making you a promise, there's automatically been some sort of distrust. You ever notice that when someone's going to promise you something? It's because they usually fucked up prior to that. And that's why they make the promise in the first place, because they fucked up. That's why promises are meant to be broken. If you can't give your word, if you can't give your intention, if you can't give your commitment and your loyalty to a particular endeavor or situation, don't bother talking about it. Don't bother giving it energy. If you can't hold some sort of integrity towards a particular person, a certain particular loyalty towards a certain person, of respect, don't intertwine and don't engage with this person. It's about setting your standards and living up to them. Because ultimately, they don't want you who you are, collective. But you're establishing yourself very well. And you need to see that, you need to celebrate that. They don't want you dancing, but you're going to dance anyway. They don't want you singing, but you're going to sing anyway. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Somebody's coming in with an apology. They can't slow down. They can't fucking take time out for them. They're too fucking, but they want to come in and apologize. Something to do with the old ex. And they know that there's no second chances. They didn't want to cut ties with you, and they don't want to face the consequences. They think that you're their twin flame, and that's why they're coming in to want to apologize. They think that you're their soulmate. Thank you, Michael. Let's see what the spirit animals have to say. We'll do an intuitive read. Alright, you're pretty clever there, collective. You need to get ready for some sort of adventure, because it's coming in. Somebody doesn't want you singing. Somebody doesn't want you being looked at as if you're noble. Somebody's been singing bad shit about you. There's something supernatural going on, that's fair. And whatever they're doing against you, they're not going to have any luck. You gotta continue having patience. There's people out there that fucking hate you. They despise you because you're clean, your hands are clean, and you're healing. Somebody doesn't like this, that you're healing. They don't want you to have an intuition. They fucking hate it. They want to turn out. They want to turn. If they were to be able to put your fire out, it would bring them a lot of happiness. Okay, because you are great. In a nutshell. And you make an absolute amazing friend. things are working in your favor, collective. You just need to think about it, and you need to alchemize it, and you need to step into it. Gigi, I don't know if it's about caring or not caring about how others show up. It's about being an observer. Acknowledge how people show up, but I don't know if it's about caring or not caring. It depends on the scenario. Because certain people show up like an absolute idiot, and then other people are going to show up just fine to your frequency. So accordingly. Right? Collective, you are magic. You need to start believing that. Lean into that. Your authenticity is paramount to your survival. Somebody should take away your abundance and your ability to be abundant. They don't focus on your shadow work because it's how you regenerate. But too fucking late for that. It's how you empower yourself. Sometimes the divine will tell you have no fucks and let no fucks given. So there very well could be a new partnership coming in. We're going to look into it. This one's going to knock socks off, collective. Good thing I don't wear socks. You're not going to see this one coming. I don't know if this new partnership is going to be a good partnership because it seems like they're kind of trying to take you off of your past by inventing illusions. But it's also giving me a feeling like maybe you're not going on the right path anyway, and it's okay to reinvent yourself. If you don't feel like you're in alignment, in the right alignment to what direction you need to go. You're always allowed to change and reinvent yourself into something more in alignment with what you want to be. And the big thing, the emphasis on this is just because you change course does not mean you're failing. Okay, a lot of people think that, oh, I gotta quit this job in order to go do that job, or I gotta go quit this job to start a new job, and they think that it's so-called seniority. There's no seniority these days. Seniority means absolutely nothing. It's whether or not you can rise above AI or not. It's whether or not your job title or your job description can be taken over by AI. But if there's a job that you can do above AI, there's plenty of jobs that people can do above AI. There's tons of jobs that AI can't even touch. Can't even wrap their fucking delusional fucking chip brain around it. You notice how since it started up, They've been really trying to focus on the empathy, and the empathy is really hollow. It's not true empathy. All they're doing is off of our own empathy. It's an illusion. So there's a greatness within you, collective, and it's having a rebirth. And this is the greatness of your inner knowing. It's growing by what I'm being told by Spirit. So again, Spirit saying I need to repeat this. If you need to reinvent yourself, this is giving you the ability to step into your top frequency, to lean into your top frequency, to your authenticity, to step into that authenticity, to take leadership of that authenticity, of who you are. This is not a failure. By switching it up and going in a different direction, it is not a failure. Because you could have a union job, and you could have worked at your job for 50 years, 40 years. And an AI computer can come in and take your job in a nanosecond. And there goes your seniority. Your seniority means absolutely nothing. Does that mean you're a failure? No, it does not. The question is, how are you going to rise above that challenge? How are you going to alchemize it? So I get this feeling that somebody wants to come in and collaborate with you to jump on your bandwagon, and they can't even compete where they don't even compare. They're going to be snuffed out before they even begin. And it's because they're not at the right frequency. And Spirit's saying, for the now, you need to go it alone. There will be people that are going to rise. A lot of these people are still tattooed. They want to come and jump on your bandwagon. They're totally tattooed. They haven't done the work. They just want to ride your fucking coattails. They want to eat up absolutely every single word that you're in. They're hanging on absolutely every word. And they don't want to do the work. For some, the divine is got it right. It's staring them in the face, collective. To some of these people, it's literally staring them in the face and they don't want to look at it. They'd rather just put the rose-colored glasses on and look the other way. Nope, nothing to see here. Did you realize that you are the connection to Source that you're always looking for? Don't you realize you always had the divine within you ever since the day you started beating heart? The day that you opened your eyes, the day that you started crying coming out of the womb? You've had divine within you the whole time. And to think that you've been sleeping on your potential this whole time. All that's doing is bringing you physical pain. Because it's bringing you out of alignment with what's meant for you. Spirit, if there was a message that the divine collective needs to know about, what is it? Okay. Vortex of creativity. Spiral into creative vortex, unleashing imaginative power to manifest your dreams into reality. Ignite creation. Ignite creation. Harness innovation, fuel imagination, and witness manifestation as answers unfold in your journey of it. The wind of fortune. Allow the winds of fortune to guide your sails, maneuvering through life and opportunities and challenges with adaptability. Adapt and thrive. Luck flows with change, so stay flexible. Embrace shifts and learn from the journey as answers reveal themselves. Flame of courage. Ignite the flame of courage, lighting the path of bravery amidst shadows of fear. Afraid of hardships. Confront challenges with courage, for they are the stepping stones to growth and wisdom. Basically confirming absolutely everything I just said. For the whole night. Anything else? Almost there. Persistence and with faith, for you are on the brink of a breakthrough. Efforts are about to bear fruit. Planning phase. Take a step back and plan the necessary steps to move forward so you may turn your goals into reality. Give up control. Release your grip on outcomes. Embrace the present moment. And witness the wisdom. Take great care. Nurture yourself, prioritize well-being, and trend gently on your journey ahead. It's a journey, not a marathon, not a race. It was never meant to be that. It isn't ever supposed to be and never will be. Rebel. Been a while. Hope you're well. Seeing more and knowing more, but being too distracted by your mind's noise. The noise is where all the information is. You just gotta decipher it. Angels, is there any message here that you got for my divine elective? Energetic shifts, light beings. This is a time of healing and change. Old energies are being released from your world. This is a call to discard traditions, but to reflect on what you have learned and how you can grow. Oh, really? You are being called to be open and aware of new information that is being revealed to you, for it is so for the next phase of your journey. Oh, really? I create space for learning anew. So open up yourself to the possibilities, collective, that the divine has been within you this whole fucking time, and you were deceived to access it. That's about to change for quite a few. It already has. To the ones that have been doing the work, I'm proud of you. That haven't, you should be ashamed of yourself. Allow that shame to help you to grow into a better version of yourself. Don't sit there in the shame and victim and let it dwell and stew and rip you apart. If you're allowing it to rip you apart, you're doing it wrong. Okay? Yes, recognize the shame. But how can you change it? How can you alchemize it? How can you evolve? This is the question. It all depends on your situation, element. You guys realize that I have the one-on-ones available for such things, not just for readings. If you guys want me to help you refocus and get you back on track to what you need to be doing with yourself and where you're working on and what your priorities should be, if you're stuck, if you're in a foggy mess and you can't get yourself out of it, that's what I'm here for. When you're getting a reading with me, you're getting an intuitive coaching session with me. And the personal reading aspect of it is not so collective. It's a lot more personal. It's a lot more geared to your situation. You get some time to talk, and as you're talking, I'm picking up on different energies. I'm picking up on your situation. I'm picking up on how you show up. And I read your energy. I show that energy back to you so you can see it for yourself from a different perspective. Yeah, instead of looking through a funhouse mirror, go hang out with Aiden. Yeah, great idea. I love that. I need people rising with me. I can't do this alone. Or 20 bell. If you know, you know. The thing is, I'm not going to come out here and I'm not going to give all my secrets. I'm not going to just give it to you. This is pretty well my life's work. Why should I just give it away? Man's got to eat. I'm on here giving you little Easter eggs every day. If you're actually paying attention and you're applying the information I give you, I guarantee you're going to make progress. It's only if you decide to make that choice. Very good, Sheila. The divine is within you. All you need to do is ask. The divine is always going to be there to guide you. How do you think I got through it? With the divine. I didn't be looking through a book. Yeah, there's books out there that's very inspiring and whatnot. Granted. But it's the light within you that is actually aligned with your own frequency. You notice how when you're in school, when you're growing up and you're going through your school, they try to gear you and push you in a particular direction. Whether it's your parents or your teachers or the people that are like corralling you in the fucking big huge pen of education. They try to bring you out of alignment with what you're actually supposed to be doing. And then you waste 3 to 5 years in school, get into debt, and then you end up becoming a victim of the system. And then you end up having to no other choice but to get into the shit that you don't want to deal with in order to pay off what you already spent, in order to get above and beyond. And then you end up having to take 10 years to pay that 3 or 4 years off. And then before you know it, you're past your you're past your prime, and now you want to get into the actual field you want to get into. But had you went in to begin with and actually felt the frequency of your heart space with your mind in balance, you would have stepped into the direction that you were always meant to and gravitate towards what your frequency was meant to have, rather than what they wanted you to have. And instead of looking like an absolute pathetic pretzel, should actually be another karmic card, pathetic pretzel. Instead of looking like a pathetic pretzel, you're actually stepping into an alignment of what you're actually looking for. Let's get a vibe check from Michael Drexler. Thank you for that little itty bitty donation. So, blocked. Apparently wants you to unblock them. Quite possibly might be you blocked them or they blocked you, or somebody wants to be up. They don't want to move on. They don't want, they definitely have something to say. And they want to call you. They want to message you. They're confused, they're perplexed, they're conflicted at the perspective of the fact that you blocked them. And it's probably because they weren't very nurturing at the time. There's really no intimacy there. There was no mutual respect. There's no unity or closeness. It's just bitterness. Hopefully you're still Michael and you hear this. So there's definitely no stance with this energy. You've dropped the toxic bullshit. Yeah, this person broke you. Pretty fucking bad, actually. This was an absolute fucking nightmare. And now that you're no longer shattered, somehow now they want to talk to you. Like, now they want to talk to you. Like, really, make it make sense. Now that you're no longer feeling like a fucking failure, now all of a sudden they want to say hi. Oh, so that way they don't face legal problems. I see how it goes. I was, Lilith. Oh, I guess I stand corrected now, collective. Michael. Because now they want some mutual respect. They want unity, closeness, maybe some intimacy, if you'll let them. But they've been procrastinating this apology. They've been procrastinating all this bullshit, trying to procrastinate this legal framework and paperwork. Sweet dreams. Yeah, you don't got no fucking spoons left for this dumbass. If they had a confession for you, what would it be? If they start confession, what would it be? So this says, my mask keeps me safe. I need to fake my feelings. So you ripped their fucking mask off that made them feel safe, and now they can't have no other choice but to face it. Good job. I'm proud of you, Michael. Anything else? My pride and ego got hurt, so I wanted revenge. I wanted you to hurt too. Hold up, they already shattered you. You healed from that. And then because you healed from that and you empowered yourself to rise above that, they decided, because their pride and ego got hurt because of that, and then they wanted revenge. So they needed to hurt you again in order to feel better about themselves. Rejecting you is protecting myself, is being selfish. Yeah, no fucking kidding. I feel unbalanced and uneasy. I don't know what to do to fix it. Really? Well, maybe balance out yourself and don't be so fucking easy. Right? That might help. Don't have your legs open for every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Like, I'm really picking up on you maybe dealing with a third-party situation that you didn't want anything to do with, and that's why you're like, fuck this, I'm really picking up a third-party position where, like, there was a third party you didn't even know about. According to you, you were an ex. I don't know. I don't know, Michael. Yeah, this is not the time to act. Focus on yourself. And don't sink into hopelessness and despair, for in your lives a spark, for in you lives a spark of life that is undefeated and unbeatable. You can overcome everything your destiny depends upon. But right now is not a time to act. I think you're in a particular period of healing at this time. So if you're feeling that things slowing down or come to a slow stop, just be in the moment. Drop the pressure, drop the worries. Use it to alchemize all the shit, empower yourself, and rise above it. Time is of the essence, but right now is not the time to act right now. Pursue happiness. Bring about the things that bring you joy. Don't apologize for what brings you joy. Only you understand where you truly belong and where you can find your safe space. So follow your bliss. You're really having a hard time to assimilate into your own frequency because you're so pretzeling to everybody else. I wouldn't say that you're a pathetic pretzel, okay? Because you're not pathetic. You don't really hold this energy of patheticy, okay? It's more like pretzeling. You're kind of like me, this people pleaser kind of energy, wondering what to do, where do I fit in the grand scheme of things. And you're having a hard time to assimilate to your own because you've focused on people pleasing all this time. You're not exactly sure as to what you are or who you are. Right? So you're trying to, I don't know, you're trying to step into it. You're trying to lean into it. And you're just not really sure what you're leaning into. This is the feeling I'm picking up. The one who is always dissatisfied with the present moment will never have a better future. Give yourself permission to feel content right here in the now. Is there an echo in here? Life source. When life comes to a standstill. Oh, really? Turn inward. Focus on joy and excitement. Your inner light keeps everything alive. Moving, moving, moving. There's got to be an echo in here. Here. Time to act? You don't have to know everything in advance. Take the first step and watch it all, and you can deal with whatever your path reveals. You are ready. So maybe you're ready to make a step right now. Maybe you're not ready to step out into this new beginning yet. That's okay. Take a moment to breathe. Take a moment to get your... There's nothing wrong with that. Like maybe right now is not the time to act. Maybe the time is to just sit and kneel and alchemize and, you know, remember who the fuck you are. You gotta stay true to yourself. Find your inner strength. Behold the beauty that is you. Everything is here, waiting for you, at the grasp. Everything is always within you this whole fucking time. You're not incomplete, is just what I'm saying, okay? Without an agenda. Don't have an agenda about shit. Go with the moment. It's in that. You're having an issue with embodying that energy. But you need to remember who the hell you are and simplify it. And just recognize that you are starlight. It's all up to you. It's what you choose to lean into. Hopefully you got that message. You are the painter of your canvas. Whatever you choose to paint, whatever colors you use, whatever brushes you choose to apply it with, will determine what that painting looks like. And that you don't have choice, you very well do. You have more choice than you realize. So step into it and trust. And again, the divine will match you. For everything you pour into your own life and into your own experience, the divine will match you. Okay? I speak from personal experience. The way it is. And out of anything and everything that I've ever had experienced in my life, the divine has never betrayed me. Not once. Okay? The divine has not ever betrayed me. Did they send me a coward that didn't amount to anything? Yes. It's quite alright though. They weren't ready. Now, that's not on me. That's not my responsibility. But they just weren't ready. They chose to walk around with lies and deception. Scheming people. I'm not all about that energy. You either show up right or don't show up at all. They don't know how to show up right. Sometimes they look right, but they're all fucked up in the head. They might look nice, but their perspective's all screwed. All that shines not gold. One of the big things I've learned in the last 5 years. All that's shiny and sparkly is not, it's not gold. It only holds a value in which you choose to give it value. Alright, let's see what the Karmic King's got to say. Karmic chicken. The Karmic chicken. Welcome in, honey. Held for review? No, that's not good. That's not good. So, we had Sloppy Joe in the reverse. So somebody that used to be sloppy don't want to be sloppy anymore. They want to straighten up and fly right. Well, hallelujah. Karmic chicken in reverse. So, Karmic chicken, so jealous of you, they'll shit all over your success, but too much of a coward to go get their own. Collective, I think you maybe have inspired someone. They are no longer jealous of you, and they are to do their best to shine and be of some sort of success. Because they don't want a coward anymore. They want their own success. So that's pretty fucking fantastic. I'm happy about it. Oh, they've dropped the bitterness too. The Karmic grapefruit, bitter as fuck, isn't so bitter anymore. Well, look at you go. Oh, alright, so they're having a bit of time staying grounded. They're having a hard time finding their peace. However, it's in the works, it's in the process, right? Let's look into it. This is a Karmic trying to make way for themselves. I'm proud of you for fucking making the change. It's about fucking time you get going. Yikes. What's going on with this? Put some sugar on it. They're restless. They're restless. They can't sleep. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it. Oh, okay. Queen of Wands. Ah, you're doing the work. Wherever you are doing the work. Yeah, you're moving in a new direction. There's a new partnership of some sort. Whoever this is resonating with. There's definitely a crossroads coming in. You definitely may be going in a different direction. This is about going within and building a new foundation of happiness and worth and intention, and rising above the challenge you've had and learning from these experiences, alchemizing it and stepping into something beautiful, taking a leadership position. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. Ah, Queen of Cups. I don't know why, but I'm picking up on a Scorpio. I'm picking up on Scorpio energy. Ooh, something's going to be revealed. Ooh, the Chariot. There's some sort of a journey. There's some sort of compassion. There's definitely some sort of level up. There's definitely some sort of new foundation, new commitments. Definitely some sort of a finding of an inner light, going within. It's solid, like all upright, moving forward, rising, being compassionate, guided by your heart space. The Chariot is a very influential, it's like a limo. Like a donkey, you're riding a chariot. Only certain particular people drive those chariots. An emperor of sorts, okay? Of someone of high status. Very well could be a King of Pentacles. You're nurturing or sticking up for your foundation of what you're building, of what you're growing. Finding your self-worth and finding a new foundation, a new place in the world is what I'm being told. Collaborating, stepping up, leaning into your alignment, which is pretty good. You might be having a lot to do with your emotions right now, but feel through them, okay? Emotions are part of the tower, yes, okay? The tower is within those emotions. That's where the alchemy happens. It's in the happening. The miracles happen in that release. People think they're breaking down, and it's actually they're breaking through. Okay? So, take that into consideration. Yeah, baby steps. Baby steps. Learn as you go. Take baby steps. Make grounded decisions. Okay? There's definitely some sort of an offer coming in. Yeah, some sort of betrayal. I'm really picking up on an apology. There's some sort of betrayal. There's a token of compassion, a token of consideration, of respect, a solid token. This is bringing a tower by whoever this is for, that you're going in to give homage to or honor to. It's about some sort of a level up. It's about showing compassion. It's about moving forward. It's about finding a new foundation. This is a tower to someone. The fact that you want to collaborate with this particular person and go ahead with this, it's a tower to someone. The fact that you're wanting to collaborate and you're finding self-worth with a particular person. It's almost kind of giving me a third-party situation where, like, I don't know, let's say a brother and a sister are rivaling, and they're no longer seeing eye to eye. And the sister's siding with the brother's ex-partner, because the sister sees where the ex is coming from. And it's not even about brother and sisterly loyalty, it's about intentions, it's about principle, it's about humanity. And this ex of yours is a fucking delinquent. Okay, to come up at you and betray you the way that they did? No. Bad form. Bad form. Very, very disrespectful. Even to their own reputation, it's kind of sad. The way they want to try to hold themselves, and then they play like they have this beautiful reputation, and they're such a good person, and really they're just a fucking scumbag. And that's the feeling I'm getting. So this third party, this party that wants to come in and collaborate, it's almost as if like they're like, no, they are a fucking scumbag. The feeling I get. It could very well be a Queen of Cups wanting to come forward with some sort of compassion and collaboration, and this collaboration and this offer is due to some sort of betrayal. Betrayal is smack dab in the middle of it all. But this betrayal is what created this new beginning in the first place. It helped you level up, collective. It helped you go on this journey of discovery. It literally shaped into your new beginning. So what to be orchestrated as your demise became your rise. It was the catalyst to your awakening. Not like the dumbass is getting any credit for it, but he's still a douchebag. I can't quite see that emoticon. What does that even mean, Michael? I'm not too sure. That's the first time I've seen that one. Can you put it in layman's terms for an OG? It looks like vibration, I don't know. So what are you saying? It's saying that it's out of alignment? Not sure what you're saying. But either way, collective, somebody wants to come in and not be so fucking sloppy. They're having a time grounding themselves to come in because this overall this overall situation, okay, is a bit of a shit show. So to try to come in and get it all out and to articulate it all, to explain themselves, to be on the right page, to be on the same page with you, very well could be difficult. It could be a challenge. However, someone's done being sloppy. That's the main message I'm getting from that. Is there any other confessions with this person that wants to come back in? Is there any confessions regarding this? want to be contacted right now. I wish to be left alone. Well, then stop watching my lives, and I'll stop talking about it. I pick up on your fucking energy, dumbass. I need to stop talking about you. Anyway, I knew I was losing you, but I didn't do anything to fight for you. Well, duh. All you did is walk away. You didn't give two fucks about anybody but yourself. I know that you may not feel for me as I for you, but it was in the reverse. But I think do know they do know that they fucked up royally. Clearly, because they're stalking and they're watching and they're lurking and they're gherkin, right? They're lurking, they're gherkin. Being all bitter and shit. Always sticking pickles up their ass. Not that I want that as a visual, but I know what I am doing. I played dumb to keep you confused. This connection bores me to death. I need something more exciting. Yeah, go hang out with your hoe bags. I cannot be vulnerable with you. I'd rather hide in the dark before I let you see inside of me. You can't be vulnerable even with fucking nature, let alone anyone else. You can't even be vulnerable with yourself. What are you talking about? I pushed you away because I do not want the responsibility, of course. I was like a fucking toddler. I don't understand what you see in me. I don't feel attractive. And they were the same age. Like, they couldn't dress themselves, they couldn't cook, they couldn't clean themselves. It's like, come on, you're like, you're 40, 41. Really? I just don't get it sometimes. Oh, Michael, that's just like, they turn this into Tinder almost once a week. It's not Tinder. I think my sense of humor is the only thing I've got left, really. My sanity's half out the door. But you know what they say, you gotta lose a little to gain a little. And just go with it. The next couple weeks are going to be rather interesting, I think. Things are going to get a little bit different. If I can't read your name, I don't want your advice. Sorry. If my brain can't wrap my head around how to pronounce your name, I'm not taking anything you have to say to end validity. Sorry. And if the first 4 words shop, chances are very slim. Because that's all I got. I'm not making fun of you. I'm not throwing smoke. I'm not hating. I'm just saying. You got an opinion, so do I. Marie, hopefully you didn't spit your coffee everywhere. Because I heard you like midway through a drink when I said all that. What's the spiritual message for my collective? What is the message that we need to know right now? Two of acorns and a ton of crystals. 6 of acorns, the king of feathers, the 9 of acorns, the 2 of shells reverse, and the justice reverse. So there's definitely some sort of logic and justice coming to head. And there's definitely some sort of success and triumph and recognition. Somebody's been defeated. This was a huge injustice on the balance of your heart space. You really had to protect yourself. You really had to show up for yourself. However, you're building a new foundation. You're focused on your 10 of Pentacles. And you're focused on moving forward. Tell me more on the 6 of acorns. Showing compassion, moving forward with compassion. The king of feathers. Reconciliation. 9 of acorns. Why, sir? Why does this have to keep coming out? I know there's a message here, but come on. Bring it out. I'm open to it. Let's go. What the fuck? Justice. Reverse. So the 3 of Pentacles over the Hells with the Page of Pentacles. It's like they want to collab, but they don't. But they do, but they don't, but they do, but they don't. They don't know how to show up. And the injustice is the fact that all you want is compassion, and they can't even give you the compassion. True compassion, true intention, true compassion. That's all you've ever fucking wanted from this person, collective. and they can't even give you that. And that's the big injustice. And now, when it's too late, now that's when they want to come in with this cup of compassion and actually be serious. I just want to give this, whoever this fucker is, I just want to shake him. Just want to shake him. Grab his fucking shirt and shake him. The success is forward with compassion, right? Speaking truth, logic, justice, reconciliation. But the lovers is here in the reverse. Okay? So there's no love here. Okay? They've been defeated. They don't know how to show up. All they want to do is come in with the breadcrumb, but they don't know how to show up. Okay? There's some sort of collaboration here with the Two of Cups in reverse. So somebody collaborated in order to push demise. And the injustice was the fact you showed this compassion. Ten of Crystals. Knight of Pentacles. Two of Acorns. Six of Wands. Yeah, you're moving towards your success, collective. Just continue moving to success. Okay? Don't worry about the badgering idiot behind you. They can't even show up for themselves. How the hell did they expect to show up for you? Maybe that's a good start. Maybe start showing up for yourself. Maybe start raising your fucking standards. Maybe start showing your self-respect by how you treat yourself, by what you agree to, by how you express yourself, by how you speak to yourself and other people. Maybe start there. You know, I'm trying to be nice, Lilith. I'm trying. I'm trying. Alright, Spirit. Pray tell what this next message is for. What's the deal? What's the deal? Fork reversed. Is it a reversed or is it on its side? Reversed. Okay. look at them. So so somebody's realizing that they want to collaborate with you because that is your wish. That is their wish fulfillment. They're realizing the truth. They're nurturing the truth that is them, and they are finding out that they fucked up. They want to reconcile. They owe you, or you owe them something. I think they owe you. They feel like they're energetically dependent on you. They're obsessed with you. They want to do something, and they want to collaborate. They want to explore a possible new beginning. They want you to drop your boundaries. They want you to drop your guard. Don't be so defensive. You're intimidating. But you're not all trapped up in your head like they wanted you to be. Nothing. Alright, we're gonna go through. Let's see. What's the deal? It's almost kind of picking up on like some blackmail here. Somebody's got some blackmail on somebody and they're apparently siphoning from them. But the whole thing is, if this all comes out, whoever's blackmailing, whoever's siphoning, whoever's doing all this, the cat's going to be out of the bag and they're going to be in trouble anyway. Oh, but you took a leap of faith in a new direction and blew all these shit anyway, collective. You allowed your intuition to guide you in this. And now they're grasping at straws as to what to do. Because all their plans fell to fucking shit. All because of their lies and their deception. They didn't take the action and focus that they were supposed to. And they didn't succeed anything. And now they are dependent on someone. It's almost like the hitman was told to go do something and they didn't do it, and so they didn't get paid, and now they're dependent. Because somebody had some sort of blackmail against them somehow. I don't know. We got the 7 of Feathers here in the reverse, so there's definitely something returning that was stolen. There is logic and justice coming out as you're speaking on it. And people are going to want to come in and collaborate with you now regarding this truth. Because they're no longer in their head. They see the truth now. Being told the evidence is there. The 10 of Crystals and the Tower reverse. So you're coming out of this tower, this time of like crazy change, right into a 10 of Crystals. Because you took this leap of faith, and because of the lies, you're getting a lot of stability here. That's defamation of character. That's screwing with somebody's stability. That's huge. Trying to get somebody to not move forward, operating against them with the 3 of Pentacles reverse. The karmic energy, Dulcie, yeah, very much so. The Ace of Acorns, because of the lies and the deception and everything else, the 8 of Acorns, this was meant to basically steal your new beginning. And, yeah. So you're going to get that new beginning, collective. whether they like it or not. And they're being, they're standing corrected at this point. Yeah. Somebody's trying to put an end to the logic and the justice. Somebody was trying to put an end to you receiving back what was meant for you. And something was revealed. Something's going to be revealed. It's going to sting a little bit, but it's going to a lot of joy and happiness to you. First it's going to piss you off, then it's going to set you free. For real this time, I'm being told. 10 of Feathers, yeah, because it's done. Somebody tried to put an end to your 10 of Crystals and your new beginning, but the ending to the new beginning is what was brought to an end. Yeah, and this is something that they can't walk away from. They're being stopped in their tracks. The evidence is there. I'm being brought back to that. The evidence is there. All they had to do is look. 7 of Crystals, everything they planted to come at you, come against you, thwart you, bring you down, it's all revealed. It's all falling apart and it's all blowing up in their face. King of Crystals was involved. There's the Crystals, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. Someone very, very big, very unstable. No commitment, no courage, no nothing. Quite probably a basket case. 5 of Feathers. There's definitely something here of a reconciliation after an ending. A transformation of not being able to... Somebody tried... Oh. Okay, so somebody tried to lie to some sort of system, court system maybe. Maybe they got in trouble, had to deal with a court case, something like that. Something you don't know about behind your back, I don't know. But they tried to reconcile and they tried somehow maybe to bribe or to pay off this particular... I don't know. And, yeah, they can't walk away from that. So somebody tried to bribe their way out of getting in trouble. And that got him to way more trouble than what. And this is like why, yeah, Ace of Crystals. Because they didn't want to get caught. They didn't want their reputation ruined. Meanwhile, it was already ruined. Right? So they tried to not take accountability for their bullshit. They just wanted to pay it, to basically pay them off. Somebody had a huge awakening about this Ace of Crystals that was taken, and that's what brought this justice. Because they had a huge awakening, and yeah, they let patience yeah, they had a change of perspective. Page of Feathers in reverse as well. There's lots of lies here. Somebody didn't want you to discover. Somebody didn't want you finding out. And this was huge injustice to your success. And the success partially something to do with your awakening. This was huge injustice on you. There's a huge injustice to your 10 of Crystals too, in your beginning. But everything is going to be revealed soon. Queen of Feathers, something to do with the Queen of Swords. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Somebody was lying. Somebody was lying through their teeth about something. Some dirty ass hoe bitch motherfucker was lying through their teeth on you, trying to discredit you because you were successful and you were triumphing. You were having a victory. And they were lying on your name. They were discrediting you, devaluing you, sabotaging you behind your back because of your success. Yeah. but they didn't know who they were talking about because your enthusiasm, your intuition, your outweighed their bullshit, lies, and discrepancies, which totally ruined their whole reputation. Because the divine is on your side. It's all divine timing. This dumbass bitch liar is getting it. Feathers in reverse. They can't even sleep. They're being haunted. Knight of Acorns. They're literally not moving. They're not taking action. They've got no drive left. And they can't even juggle. They can't juggle. They can't even hit a ball, let alone catch a ball. And they're trying to juggle. King of Acorns. Well, duh. You're standing in your power. You're standing on business. You're standing on your intention. You're moving forward. And like, I'm really getting a freight train energy with this. The Chariot was in the reverse, so you're not going to jail like they wanted you to. Trying to lie on you and lie on your success. Things are going to balance out very, very much. There's some crystals, so there's definitely some gifts quite possibly coming in for you. There's a Chariot, so there very well could be a car coming in. There could be some sort of new form of communication on a form of travel for you. There could be there could be a journey coming up. 5 of Acorns in reverse. So there's definitely some sort of reconciliation. Somebody doesn't want to fight anymore. They don't want to be challenging or whatever else. They don't want to have any type of heated discussion anymore. Somebody apparently loves you. But if they're going to go lie on you, if that's the person, no. They're revolting. Yeah, because they were manipulating you. They want to come in and reconcile so they can manipulate you. They need to get close to you so they can attach some bullshit to your energy. Which isn't going to work. It's going to blow up in their face. Right? All they're trying to do is betray you. 3 of Feathers, 3 of Swords. You deserve better, collective. You know this. It's one thing to be have gratitude with what you have, but there's certain out there that, you know, if it's up a lower frequency, then no. You don't need to have it around. Remember you there, Teresa. It's been a whole year. Where the hell have you been? Bradley. How's it going, bud? Hope you're doing right. Much love, bro. I hope all is well. Nice. Yeah, apparently it was pretty hot out, and I decided to stay inside. Part of me wanted to go to the store earlier, and I said, do I really need to go to the store yet? Nope. So I just stay home. But I don't want to people today. I like solitude. Alright, what's going on? What is going on? I think this is about it there, Spirit. I think I'm just about good. If there's anybody here that did a donation earlier that wants a message, come forward. Lilith, I don't know if you were here when you seen those or if you recorded them down or not. Do you remember who? Because I don't think it'll go back that far. I already did a little message for Michael. So, Spirit doesn't want you to hide. Dare to dream big. Remind yourself that everything is possible. Don't hide your talents and abilities, but use them to build your world. Okay. Johnny. JC. I got you. I got you. I'm glad you're still kicking it with us. That last name, Bouvier, rings a bell. What do you want, Jason? You will get there. You just have to tap into your life source. So if you react negatively to the success and the joy of others, it's a sign that you don't want more for yourself. Don't hold yourself back. Expand your comfort zone. You will get there. You can't force flowers to grow or plants to sprout. Be patient and respect that everything happens in its own way and time. Life source. When life comes to a standstill, turn inward and focus on joy and excitement. Your inner light keeps everything alive and moving. So stay focused. Let's see what the card's going to say. Why am I channeling Super Mario? Message for Bouvier. Alright, so the Ten of Swords. Oh, okay. So you're finding out some major information. There's some sort of major developments. This news kind of pisses you off, but it sets you free. Literally, because you've got the Ten of Swords sitting here with it. We got Ten of Cups, so that's pretty fucking fantastic. Page of Wands, but like not wanting to move forward towards wish fulfillment. Like, dude, what's going on with that? Like, you got two of the happiest fucking cards in the deck, and then you've got a Page of Wands in reverse and a Ten of Swords. With the Ten of Cups in the Sun. The Five of Pentacles having to end out a cycle, and then, you're having to find a new footing. Yeah, it's not the funnest starting over, right? But you have to admit, you were manipulated. It's not like you knew exactly what you were getting into at the time when you were getting into it, right? They were telling you what you wanted to hear rather than the truth, right? Yeah, it's usually third time's the charm. To Teresa about going to move. You might have to move one more time. Yeah, JC, it's like Knight of Cups in the reverse and the betrayal here with the Three of Swords. Like, you were betrayed upon betrayed. You just kept going back. It's like you, whoa. Like you were hooked, you were emotionally hooked to this person. And it's giving me a feeling like they were your wish fulfillment and yet they just sit there and fucking destroyed you. They might as well stabbed you and you just looked them right in the eye as you did it. And then they're sitting there with a fucking grin, watching you go through this pain and agony. And they're getting off on it. That's the dumbass thing about it, what I'm feeling here. They were manipulating you. I don't know if this is resonating with you, JC, but maybe you're speechless. I don't know. But here you are, standing in a leadership position. You're stepping up out of this bullshit. You're like, peace. There's nothing left to say, but peace. I'm out. You can't like Teresa. Hipsy, PayPal, or YouTube. Strictly donations. If you want to support the channel in a donation, let's do it. There's a tip option on Hipsy. You can do it through a super chat, super sticker here, or you can order a reading. It's all through the Hipsy link. It's all there. You deserve better. You deserve better, and they do better. You stepping into this Emperor energy, JC, yeah. They owe you. Specifically, the fact they tried to betray you from going towards your wish fulfillment. And why am I picking up on another party? Like, there's no third party here out on the table. But I'm getting some sort of a third party energy here. Why? But it's not like a relationship. I'm really picking up a family member betrayed you out of a wish fulfillment. Like a brother-sister rivalry, or like there's a feminine masculine dynamic of codependency, emotionally, financially, of some degree. I don't know, can you weigh in on this at all, JC? The people are like 5 life paths, yeah. Constant challenges, constant changes, apps fucking chaos. Absolute utter insanity. Just because the universe wants to show you something doesn't mean you have to sit there and bear it. Okay, just as much as the universe is trying to show you something, the universe is waiting you to show up and say, okay, thank you, universe, for that lesson. I'm done. I'm good. You get up and you choose yourself, right? That's what the universe is testing you, whether or not you choose yourself or you continue dealing with that shenanigans. So, choose yourself. It's worth it. Heal. Empower yourself. Rise above it. Alright, honey love. Let's see what you got going in for you here. What's going on for honey love? What's going on for honey love? You haven't really been sleeping, you know. Honey love, what's going on? Thank you, Teresa. So greatly appreciated. Alright, honey, 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 honey. Where did you leave? You're very welcome, John. Do you have any questions, Sean? Alright, honey, you're up right up next. Is there any questions you got, John, before I move along? Because if there's some sort of question that you might have that I may be able to double down on for you. Thank you again, Teresa. You hitting me up at two different places, are ya? Thank you, Teresa. Greatly appreciated. You're very welcome, John. Is your son at my mom's house safe? Is he a Pisces? Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio? Or could he be a Sagittarius? Or a Cancer? Or a Virgo? Scorpio. Okay. Is your mother a Sag? Or a Cancer? I'm just trying to make sense cards in front of me, that's all. Why do you gotta ask so many questions, Aiden? A Virgo, okay. Okay, so the Virgo knows the truth. She's not all trapped up in her head. She's trying to things. The King of Cups in reverse. Somebody's bitter, focusing on their wheel of fortune, focusing on their destiny. They could be working on something. There very well could be a factor of them going on some sort of traveling or journey to go pick up some sort of asset of some sort. There's an Ace of Pentacles, so there's a gift. There could be a new job, it could be a new position, it could be a new house, it could be a new dwelling or place. And the Virgo knows the truth. They're going within themselves right now to find what's going on and like to make sense of it all and balance it all out. But something is not in divine timing because there's some sort of betrayal that needs to be released first before they can move up. There's a releasing of a betrayal which is not in the divine time right now, which is bringing a Six of Pentacles to a standstill, which balances everything out. The world is on its side as well, so it's not moving anywhere until this betrayal is released. So there's some sort of betrayal in amongst this, wherever this is, whatever this is doing. This King of Cups, I don't get a good energy from it. They're bitter as fuck. Pardon me. They could be getting caught up by the cops. I don't want to say that, but it was kind of vibing with it. Could be getting in trouble. But then again, like, I'm not really seeing this with the Wheel of Fortune and the Ace of Pentacles. I'm not really seeing this as like as in like necessarily a bad thing. Okay, if it is of anything, it's not a bad thing. But I do see it more like a journey, a destined journey that they're taking for Pentacles, and the Wheel of Fortune is working in their favor. This is something to balance out something regarding the Hermit and the Eight of Swords in reverse. So there very well could be something of a journey, maybe with this King of Cups and the Hermit. Being in the know, being in the truth, being in the awareness of and balancing out a particular journey or destination or particular item or offer that is working in favor of destiny, but this person's not happy. Doesn't look like he's happy. Maybe he's having to go on a journey to balance things out. I don't know. I got you a message, Teresa. Just hold up, babe. Sarah, I wrote on your wall for your birthday, right? I did. All I know is something needs to get resolved before things can move forward with any type of rehabilitation or justice, or if you're expecting any type of kickback from any particular thing, something of a betrayal needs to be released first, which is currently right now in non-divine timing. So patience is needed in this whole position for it to balance out. Let me get a little bit more on this. Okay, so you're going to get some major modes. The High Priestess just popped over to say, "Hi, Aiden. Just let her know that I'm here." So you need to tap in because there's messages there waiting for you in your voicemail, your spiritual voicemail. Okay, so there's some sort of a relationship, some sort of a dynamic, some sort of, maybe there's something to do with your son and a Sagittarius. Maybe they're clearing out some sort of betrayal with the relationship. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. This is something about the past. Six of Cups. And a tower. About being left out in the cold and being abandoned, feeling worthless. Hold up, did you kick him out? They're gonna come rushing in because of some sort of tower or whatever, and they're just gonna be like, dude, I was just focusing on myself. Yeah, I was feeling left out, so I went on a little bit by myself. Kind of the situation that I'm getting from this. The energy I'm picking up on. Your best friend isn't your best friend. Your so-called best friend fucking cunt. I'm just gonna go out and say it. You need new friends, Sarah. Because that's disgusting. It's despicable. To go to church and make friends. I've heard it all, collective. I've heard it all. Wow. That's all I gotta say. Okay. If you guys want to cut some cords, if you want to call your power back, okay? I'll try to do this as slow as possible, so that way you can repeat after me. I call upon the Great Spirit, guides, guards, protectors, angels and ancestors, and the divine light. To be here and protect me, guide me, guard me. As I call my power back to me. From any realm, any timeline, anyone, anything, and anywhere that holds any binding or bounds to me and my energy or my essence. I cut any ties bind me to these connections indefinitely. And I call my power back to me indefinitely. No longer giving consent to those people leeching off of my energy. May the ties that bind and the cords that connect be severed indefinitely, never to be connected again, unless by divine right. And let any ill will, evil eye, darkness or magic find being sent my way be unapologetically transmuted into blessings of abundance, healing, and prosperity. And may any ill will residue left over be automatically sent back to sender and bound to them until they learn perfect love and perfect trust within their. Let them feel what they bestow upon other people. As above, so below, as within, so without, and so it is. My right ear started ringing like a mother. Rah! Throw me a super chat, Jericho, and I'll do my best. I say that cord cutting and calling my power back at least 3 times a week. You can find a version of it on my post here on YouTube, just in case you're wondering. It's probably about 10 months back. 10 months, 12 months maybe now. A year ago. It's a 144 post. It should be very close to a picture of this bowl with an incense stick in it. I don't even think Jericho's even here. I think he left. He took off. Hey Sarah, I want to try something. Oh wow, here we go. Renee Crowley, are you still here? Andrea Roman. And Teresa. You know, just look into the fan funding and it shows up all. Had I known this before, I would have just. Hey Sarah, try to say something, will ya? See if you can still comment. or any members with a star beside your name, try to comment. Otherwise, try to chat in the chat. Or just require you to send a super chat. I figured the members would be able to chat in the chat. Well, I see your message there, Lilith. Did you mute your paying members? No, I didn't. You're confused? Okay, so on my tablet, okay, I got my tablet still here, and I see the chats on my phone, but I switched it to fan funding on my tablet, so it's showing all of the super chats that Michael and Andrea and thank you so much, Michael. You really showed me some love tonight, and I'm very, very appreciative of that. Okay, we'll swap it back. Top messages. Okay, so yeah, it went back to top messages, and it's here. No, I just wanted to see if you could still message through the chat. You're a member, and it seems like you're the only member currently on tap right now. So I figured get you to message just to see if it was in the fan funding or messages, but it didn't show up. It showed still in it still showed here, right? But, and again, thank you, Sarah. But I'm just trying to tap into that fun fan, the fan funding to see if it was just going to be members allowed to chat, right? If it would restrict the members. But even Kitty and Lilith message, so it didn't restrict you guys from messaging either. So that's good. So I guess the live chat, I can have the live chat on my phone and still pay attention to that, and the fan funding on my tablet, so that way I can keep track of everybody with the super chats. Right, let's see what we got for you, Sarah. So then at least I have a record of the donations, right? Which is totally cool. Let's see what I got for Sarah. Hey Michael, are you still here? You gave me quite a bit tonight. If you are, I will do a Celtic cross for you tonight. So you got 6 of acorns and the king of acorns in reverse. So you're getting success. This is really kind of telling me to tell you to stay humble. Don't act too much out of character with your success. Don't let it get over. Don't let it go to your head. Is what I'm being told. So if you got some major things coming down the pipeline, I would stay humble. There's the 10 of crystals, 3 of shells, and the transformation. So you're going through a major rebirth at this point. You're cutting out some sort of third-party bullshit, and you're headed towards a new stability. So eyes on eyes, stay focused. Things are going to work out. You just got to stay humble. Okay? What do you mean AI is rendering your assistance useless? Temperance. Whatever this is, somebody's not happy that you're gaining success, and they're going through a bit of transition. They're not being liberated at all because you're cutting out this energy and moving towards stability. There's something not in divine timing here. There's something not in balance, and I think that's why it's happening. Somebody's not happy that you're not submitting to the bullshit. Ace of Acorns. Yeah, they're not happy that they don't get to go along for the ride in this new beginning. It's saying they're trying to manipulate your liberation, your transition. Want you to transition. They don't want you to walk away from this third-party bullshit. Two crystals, so they're wanting you to juggle. They're trying to keep you from moving forward. But you're going to move forward anyway. You're moving forward. I think you already moved forward, what it's showing me here. I'm just finding this out now, Lilith. But, it's all good. Somebody's just very disempowered here. The fact that you're moving forward, somebody doesn't like it. Because you're nurturing your youth and they can't fucking control you that way. Oh, poor thing. It's giving them no other choice but to have to collaborate. The only way that they're going to get anything done. I don't want to come out and say it, but you pretty got them by the balls. 7 of Acorns, you're standing up for yourself. You've got this determination and stamina of a bull. Like, don't piss me off. You gotta fuck around and find out. Wish a fucker would kind of attitude. Ten of Feathers, yeah, you're putting this. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Peace. Collaborated with some people and got himself out of there. Stood on business. Ended a cycle. Recovering. Re-alchemizing. Finally being able to fucking let your hair down and just kind of smoke for a minute. And breathe. Regulate. You're having a huge wake-up call, that's for sure. You went on a little journey within, and things are going to be you, actually. If you're thinking that they're a little bit slow, it's going to be picking up for you, so just hold patience. This is a transition period, just roll with it. And Knight of Crystals, yeah, just continue moving forward. Show your endurance, focus on your endurance, focus on your dedication. Focus on the focus of your stability. Focus on taking methodical steps forward, one step at a time. It's not a marathon, it's a journey. There's no A and B destination. It's just enjoying the journey. Alright? Drop whole expectations of being to a particular place or a particular spot or a particular level at a certain time and place. Drop that, because chances are, if you drop that, you're not going to be as pressured. Oh, but Aiden, I'm good under pressure. Fuck you. No, nobody's good under pressure. You don't need to be under pressure. When you're under pressure, you're under fight or flight, and you're not active, you're reactive because of it. And that's where we make stupid decisions. Based on reactivity rather than activity. You're not observing, you're surviving. It's what you're used to, but that's not where you're going. Make sense? That's not your new frequency. You're rising above all this. You're not allowing people to lie to you and gaslight you and all this shit. You're not allowing people to bring you down into this lower funk, unbalanced. You're wishy-washy with yourself. You don't even know whether you're coming or going. Right? And you're constantly fighting with yourself, trying to find strategy and resilience within yourself. You're fighting with yourself and you're fighting with everybody else because you're trying to make sense of it all. Which is creating a very bitter movement forward. So, in order to do that, you need to alchemize it. And the only way you're going to alchemize it is stick up for yourself. That's the way it is. Hey, collective, it's 3:16 on the dial, and I think I've had enough. It's 2 in the morning, and I want to go rest my eyes. Yeah. Somebody can't walk away from you, collective, and it's a big, huge injustice to them, the fact that they can't walk away, because you're their wish fulfillment, and they fumbled you. They fumbled you like a hot potato. You were too hot trot for them to handle. You hot potato. And they're boo-hooing about it. They're boo-hoo stewing about the fact you're a hot potato and they fumbled you. All I gotta say is, yikes. To my tribe, to my supporters, to my subscribers, my members, in no particular order, I love you. I cherish you. Keep being absolutely fucking awesome, and don't settle for less. Okay? At least do that for me. Waste my time. Rise, collective. Rise. The best is yet to come. August is supposed to be a pretty good month. But only if you step into it with a new perspective, right? W. Welcome in, my dear. I hope you're doing well. You just went in at the end of it. Sweet dreams, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. If you want to support the channel, you know how to act. Check out the description box if you don't. It's all there. Super chat, super thanks, super sticker. There's a tip on me. You can order a reading. Or if you want to just support the channel, you can throw me a PayPal. Okay? That's it. That's all, folks. If you can't be good at it, then at least be good to yourself. So that way, you can be good to others. And I'll catch you in the next one. Love you, and thanks for watching.